Hello, everybody, and welcome to our Sunday event out here at Coyote Hobbies, JConcepts Midsummer Shootout out here in Victorville, California. We are getting racing underway here. It's pretty cool. On Saturday, we do all of the buggies, so some guys that just run buggies. And then on kind of the other classes, like the trucks, short courses, novice, 40+, those classes, they run on Sunday. So they have 3 qualifiers and AAA main events. So super fun out here at Coyote Hobbies in Victorville, California. So 12 races today. I think we had 11 yesterday. So makes for a pretty cool day and a cool dynamic out here. You're able to focus on the different classes here. So thank you once again for tuning in to our Coyote Hobbies mod coverage out here. Enjoy the racing.
Polar Bear. Bravo 1. Ted. Andrew. Mike. And Ryan. All right, this is race 1, rookie. All right, 1 down, 4 to go. We got Ted Fent out front. He's on a 12-5 flat. Cody, Bravo, Andrew, and Polar Bear, your top 5. Rosie rounding out the 6. And we got Mike and Ryan. So it looks like Ryan is out. Cody to the 1 now. Andrew in the 2. Ted Fent down to the 3. Ted Fent with a bad lap, 27.7. He's got the hot lap with the 24.7. Bravo 1 in the 4. Polar Bear, Mike, Lip, and Rosie. Rowdy Rosie. All right, so Cody putting in the hot lap, 23.5. That's hot lap of this race. Andrew in the 2. Bravo in the 3. Ted Fent and Polar Bear top 5. Then we got Mike and Rowdy Rosie. 2:15 on the clock for race 1. For race 2, you guys should be ready to go. For race 3, you guys should be lined up at Tech. So 2 rounds of qualifying. We're doing rocket rounds, so your single best round will count. All right, Jose Mejia to Tech. You go race number 2. Jose Mejia to Tech. 150 on the master clock. Cody, our race leader. So Cody in the all orange yellow wheels. Oh no, that's not. Is that you? Yeah, that's you, right? Down the straightaway is your race leader through the start finish line. He's on a 12.506. Andrew on a 12.512. Bravo 12.523. Ted Fent on 11.515. So Ted started out with a 12.5 flat. He's had a couple bad laps here. Jason Harper, Mike Lip, and Rosie Harper. Rosie, I think she's going to beat Jason today. At least once, I think. Jason, prove me wrong. Rosie, prove me right. Whichever one of you proves me right, I'll buy you a soda. Okay, a Monster? Monster, all right. All right, 40 seconds on the clock for Cody. Cody's got 6.5 seconds on Andrew. Andrew's got 9 on Bravo. Bravo's got 21 on Ted. Ted's got 42 on Polar Bear. Polar Bear 21 on Mike, and Mike's got over a minute on Rowdy. No real battles on the track. We got 15 seconds on the clock. And time has expired. Race till you're called done. Race till you're called done.
Cody Lacroix done. Jason Harper done.
Rosie,
Eduardo
keep going, Rosie.
Bravo done. Rosie Harper done.
We're just waiting on Andrew now. Everybody else is done.
Ted Fent done.
Everybody else is done. If you're done, do not race with the other cars, please.
Andrew Higueras
And
done.
that's a race.
All
Cody
drivers are finished.
going to set the time at a 12:05:07. Bravo, Ted, Andrew, and Polar Bear, your top 5.
The race is completed. Dangerous day. John Berger. Shake and Bake. Gene Newcomb. Edgar Pasilis. Jacob Lacroix.
All right, guys, no more laps. Line them up, line them up. No more laps, no more laps. Line them up. Bring them to the front of the straightaway, please. Front of the straightaway. All right, I need Daniel Arriaga through the line, please. Daniel Arriaga through the line.
Daniel Arriaga.
Rashad Wallace, I need you through the line. Rashad, through the line.
Rashad Wallace.
And Jose Angel, you up there? Negative. All right, we got all our marshals out here. 1, 2, 3. Rowdy. All right, so here we go. It's going to be John on the tone. Dangerous. Little C's. Edgar. Jacob. Shake and Bake. Rashad. And Gene. All right, time to beat is a 12:05:07 by Cody. All right, so we got Dangerous on a 14:05:17. Daniel on a 14:05:19. So 2/10 separates the two. And we have Jacob, Gene, and Shake and Bake, Ricky Bobby. In the 5, John Berger, Edgar Pasillas, and Rashad. Drivers, please refrain from yelling at the marshals. All right, 3:20 on the clock. 3:20 on the clock. It's Dangerous Day on a 13.502. Daniel on a 12.520. He had a 34-second lap time. Gene on a long lap right now. He's going to drop to the 4. Shake and Bake Ricky Bobby up to the 3. I think it's that smooth head. He can see now. He's not covering his eyes. Berger up to the 3 now. Shake and Bake to the 4. Gene in the 5. Edgar, Jacob, and Rashad with Dangerous still leading out in this one. So far, Dangerous, only driver on a 13-lap pace. Daniel on a 12.503. So right now, Dangerous and Daniel both are on TQ paces. All right, so Dangerous now with 6 seconds over Daniel. Daniel's a 13-lap pace now, 13.523 with 1:50 remaining. Dangerous on a 5:12. Berger in the 3. Jacob, Edgar, Shake and Bake, Gene, and Rashad. The hot lap is a 22.5 by Dangerous. Daniel did a 22.6. So 1:30 for Dangerous, Daniel, Berger, Jacob, Edgar, your top 5. Shake and Bake, Gene, and Rashad. Jose did not make the start of this. You're the best. 20 seconds on the clock. Dangerous got an 8-second lead over Daniel. Jacob, Berger, Edgar, your top 5. Shake and Bake, Gene, and Rashad. Rosie, right there. Time expired, did not stop till the computer calls you done.
Dangerous Day done. Daniel Arriaga done. Gene Newcomb done. Edgar Pasilis done. John Berger done. Jacob Lacroix done.
Dangerous Day with a bad lap, 31-second last lap. We're still waiting on Shake and Bake and Rashad. Shake and Bake and Rashad, guys.
Rashad Wallace done.
Waiting on Shake and Bake now. Shake and Bake. Hold on, guys. Waiting on Shake and Bake.
Shake and Bake done. All drivers are finished.
So Daniel Arriaga is going to edge out Dangerous Day on that last lap, and Daniel's going to set the TQ at a 12.505. Dangerous,
Transponder
Jacob, John, and Shake and Bake.
1306492. The race is completed. Cesar Higueras.
Go ahead, guys. Roll them out. Roll them out.
Dace Mead. Robert Milan.
All right, guys, no more laps. Go ahead and line them up. Line them up at the end of the straightaway, please. No more laps. No more laps. I need my marshals from last race, please. Marshals from last race, please come out. So Daniel, Dangerous, Jacob, Berger. Got a marshal. Shake and Bake. Edgar, Gene, Rashad. You guys got a marshal. All right, Alex, I need you through the line. Alex, through the line, please. Alex, through the line. Check in, please. Check it in. There's no Alex. All right, Lionel, through the line, please. Lionel, through the line. Okay.
Leo Givens.
Bravo 1 through the line.
Luis Bravo.
Greg, you going to make this one, Greg? All right, Mango through the line. Mango through the line, please. Adam through the line.
Scott Manganello. Adam Soto.
Through the line, Greg. Through the line.
Greg Collegian.
All right, guys, here we go. It's going to be Robert on the tone, so mouth. Lino. Caesar. Bravo. Greg. Mango. Adam. And Dace. This is race 3, rookie. Heat 3 of 3. Time to beat is a 12:5:05 by Daniel Arriaga. Mango on a 13:5:09. That is a TQ pace. Dace up to the 2. Mouth in the 3. Bravo in the 4. Adam, your top 5. Then we have Greg, Caesar, and Lionel. And 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Race 3. Mango on a TQ run, 13.523. Dace into 2. Luis Bravo about to lose his sponsorship because he's sitting third. Adam Soto in the 4. Mouth in the 5. Greg, Lino, and Caesar. Now, this is my favorite class right here, rookie. Rookie is my favorite class. I think I'm going to do something nice for this class at the end of racing today. We'll see. So we got Mango on a TQ run, 13.522. Dace on a 12.508. Luis Bravo on a 12.510. Daniel Arriaga holding the TQ right now at a 12.505. But Mango on pace to beat that. Mango has a hot lap, 23.2. So we have 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. It's Mango. He's got 13.5 second lead over Dace. Dace has a 8.5 second lead on Bravo. Bravo's got 7 on Greg. Greg's got 2.5 on Mouth. Oh, man. Let's go, Bravo. You can do it. Do it. You know that thing we're talking about? All right, so we got Mango, Dace, Lewis, Greg, and Mouth, Adam, Caesar, and Lionel. 10 seconds. Oh, man, time expired. Do not stop till you're called done. Keep going, guys. Keep going. Do not stop until the computer calls
Greg
you done.
Colagian done. Cesar Higueros done. Robert Milan done. Leo Givens done. Luis Bravo done. Scott Manganello done. Dace Mead done.
Waiting on Adam Soto. Waiting on Adam Soto. Oh, Adam with a broken wing. And
Adam
that's
Soto done.
a race.
All drivers are finished.
So Mango going to take the TQ.
The race is completed.
Lewis going to finish second. Dace third. Greg and Mouth, your top 5. Luis Bravo had the hot lap on the last lap with a 22.9. That's a race.
Ryan Day. Brian Lacroix. Robert Crosby.
Daniel, come up here.
Dan Rogers. Teddy Fent. Nick Pantana.
All right, I need my marshals from last race, guys. You guys got to come out. Put your car away and come out. Let's go. Put your car away, turn it off, and come back out. All right, guys, no more laps, no more laps. Line them up, line them up. I need my marshals out from last race, guys. Marshals. That was a full heat. This is taking way too long on marshals. I'm going to start docking laps, guys. You guys are taking way too long. I know you're the rookies, but you guys got to come out. You guys know you have to marshal. All right, so Mango's out here. Lewis is out here. Dace is out here. Greg made it out here. Mouth, where you at, Mouth? You guys got to come out and marshal. You guys can't go hide in the pits, guys. I know, but we need marshals, and we can't hold up the program. You got to marshal. If you can't marshal, you got to find somebody to marshal for you. Okay, Lionel's out here. Well, now we don't need you. We got filled. All right, guys, here we go. It's Ryan Day on the tone. Bobby. Dan. Brian. Nick. And Teddy, go when you are ready. All right, 1 down, 4 to go. We got Teddy Fenn out front. He's got 1.2 on Ryan Day. Ryan Day's got 1 on Nick Pantana. Pantana 1.3 on Crosby. And Crosby 1.5 on Rogers. Rogers got 10 on Brian. So 3:30 on the clock for Teddy. Teddy's got 3 back-to-back-to-back 21.8-second lap times. Talk about consistency. Ryan Day now 1.5 seconds back. Pantana is 1.5 behind Brian. And now Teddy getting faster, 21.6 through the line. So Teddy on a mission today. I want to say it's the paint job. Look at this paint job right here. Black, yellow, orange. It's got checkers. He's got the Davey Botted checkers on the back of that thing. I think the paint job's good for at least 3/10, I want to say. But that truck looks dialed as he comes over the triple, double, single. He comes through the chicane. That is your race leader. He's holding on a 5.5 second lead right now over Ryan Day. Oh, he almost came up short, but he saves it. Came up short on the 5-pack, on the triple, cases it. But he keeps the front end down. So here he comes down the center straightaway. That is your race leader, Teddy Fent. Barely made that one. I don't know if he's losing power on battery. But Teddy Fent out front. He's got 6.5 second lead over Ryan Day. Ryan Day's got 1.8 on Crosby. Crosby has 7.5 on Rogers. Rogers, 16 second on Brian. And Brian's got 1.9 on Nick Pantana. Nick Pantana, did it miss you a lap? I think it did. All right, so that puts Nick Pantana in the 3 spot. He had a long lap. I don't think he crashed. So your race leader down the center straightaway. That's Teddy Fent. Pro 4 at Coyote Hobbies. This is one of our better classes on club nights, on Saturday nights. If you have a Pro 4 you want to race it, come on down to Coyote Hobbies. We have a pretty healthy class of this. I want to say everybody here right now is a local driver. This is the same people that you'd be racing at a club race, and we are missing probably 5 other drivers that couldn't make it out and be here with us today. So Ryan Day in the 2. He is 6 back. Nick Pantana 3. Crosby, Rogers, LaCroix. 50 seconds on the clock. $15 seconds on the clock. Teddy Fent, your race leader. He's got the hot lap at the 21.6. He's got 8 seconds on Ryan Day. Ryan's got 7/10 on Nick. So the battle for the 2 spot between Ryan Day. Ryan coming down the straightaway, blue with white stripes. Nick Pantana in the orange and gray coming down the center straightaway. So that is the battle. We'll see. Time expired. Everybody's still on the clock. Keep it moving.
Dan Rogers done. Ryan Day done. Brian Lacroix done. Robert Crosby done. Teddy Fent done. Nick Pantana done.
And that's
all
a
drivers
race.
are finished.
Teddy Fent going to set
completed.
the time, 14:5:08. He will take the round 1 TQ. Ryan Day, Nick Pantana, Bobby, and Dan Rogers, your top 5. That's a race. Bring them in, shut them down. All right, guys, please come back and marshal. So Teddy, Ryan, Nick, Bobby, Dan Rogers, Brian LaCroix, you guys are my marshals. We are going to need 1 volunteer. All right, guys, no more laps, no more laps. Go ahead and line them up. No more laps.
Mason Templeman. Ron Devil. Lee Setzer. Chris Thye.
All right, Doug through the line, please. Doug through the line.
Doug LaRiviere.
Sammy through the line, please. Sammy. No transponder from Sammy. Sammy, come back. Sammy, come back. Nothing. Mason, through the line, please. Mason.
Mason Templeman.
No. Yeah.
Sammy the Killer.
All right, go ahead and line it up. It's going to be Mason on the tone. All right, we need one marshal, guys, one marshal. Hey, Nick, I'm going to move you to the back, please. We're going to leave that open. All right, here we go. Mason on the tone. Sammy. Chris. Ron. Davey. Doug. And Lee. And I don't know who that is. Mouth, you're not in this one.
Transponder 9437887.
Go ahead and pull it off. All right, after one, we got Davey out front. He's in the lead. If you guys find somebody catches you, they're faster than you usually, so it's just qualifying. You're not racing for position. So don't race each other. Just if somebody caught you, they're faster than you at that point. Doesn't mean they're faster than you the rest of the race, but at that point. All right, so Lee Setzer out front now. Ronnie D in the 2, Sammy in the 3, Davey in the 4, Doug in the 5, Mason and Chris tie. It's broke. Oh, eat.
We're on with Lee Setzer right now. Lee Setzer.
Rudy, you racing Stadium? You're up next. Got 3 minutes. So Davey out. So Lee right now out front. Ronnie in the 2. Sammy in the 3. Doug, Mason, and Chris. Davey had the hot lap with the 21.4, but he is out of the race. Jonathan, was his motor hot? Yes? How hot? All right, so we got 150 on the clock. Lee Setzer out front. Ronnie D in the 2.
On with Ronnie D.
Lead. Sammy the Killer is 8 seconds. Ooh, Sammy with a bad lap. So now Doug up to the 3. And Dougie's 8.5 behind Ronnie D. Mason Templeman 11 back from Dougie. Dougie's got actually 1.2 behind Doug. And then Mason's got 2.3 on Sammy. Sammy's got 14 on Chris. Davey is out. 1:20 on the clock. And we got 1 minute remaining. Lee now with 6.5 seconds. Dougie up to the 2. Lee's got 11.7 second lead on Doug. Doug's got half a second on Mason. Mason's got 1.5 on Ronnie D. Ronnie D's got 2.1 on Sammy.
On with Lee.
Chris Ty in the 6. And time expired. Do not stop until I call you done.
Sammy the Killer done. Chris Thigh done. Ron Devil done. Mason Templeman done. Lee Setzer done.
Waiting on Doug. Everybody else is done. Waiting on Doug.
Doug LaRiviere done.
And that's a race. Lee
All
Setzer
drivers are finished.
going to set the time at a 14:509. Mason, Doug, Sammy, and Ronnie D, your top 5. That's a race.
The race is completed. Dangerous day. Edgar Pasillas. Rudy Rosales. Bobby Clift. Rudy Rosales. Robert Millen. Carlos Cortez. Cody Lacroix.
All right, guys, no more laps, no more laps. I need my marshals out. Where's my marshals? My marshals from that last race. There was 6 of you. Ronnie D, I'm going to move you to the back somewhere. Ronnie D. All right, no more laps, guys. No more laps. All right, guys, here we go. On the tone, it's going to be Bobby Clift. Rudy. Dangerous. Mouth. Edgar. Carlos. And Cody. All right, time to beat is a 14:509. All right, so dropping like flies where we lost Rudy and we lost Bobby. So we got a minute 30 down, 3:30 to go. Carlos Cortez out front on a 12.503. Then we have Mouth, Dangerous Day, Cody, and Edgar. So the time to beat is a 14.509. Carlos on a 12.503. So it is safe to say Lee Setzer is going to take the round 1 TQ unless one of these 5 drivers gets on it. So Carlos through the line. He's got a hot lap, 24.6. He's on a 12.501. Okay, race 7 coming up. 13.5 short course, heat 1. He said pull it off. Well, now we only have three trucks on the track. We got Carlos, Mouth, and Dangerous. Greg, you going to make next race? Got to go through tech. So a minute 45 remaining. We got Carlos, Dangerous, and Mouth. So Carlos on a 12.503. He's got the hot lap, 24.2. One minute left. All right, 20 seconds on the clock. Carlos Cortez out front on a 12.505. Dangerous in the 2 spot. Mouth in the 3.
Dangerous Day done. Robert Millen done. Carlos Cortez done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed.
That's the race. Carlos going to take the win with a 12.511. Dangerous second, Mouth third. That's a race. Bring him in, shut him down. So we're going to have Lee Setzer taking the round 1 TQ. 13.5 stadium truck. All right, guys, roll them out. We got 2 full heats of short course. All right.
Trent Williams. Nick Pantana. Garrett Dicus. Oscar Ramirez. Mike Libb. Dan Rogers. Greg Collegian.
All right, guys, no more laps, no more laps. No more laps, guys, no more laps. Go ahead and line them up. All right, Brian LaCroix through the line, please. Brian LaCroix through the line. Brian through the line. Hold on here. Come back again. You have 2 transponders in that truck? Keep going. All right, gotcha.
Brian Lacroix.
Bobby through the line. Bobby through the line. All right, Lionel through the line.
Robert Crosby.
Lionel through the line. All right, go ahead, bring it back, bring it back.
Leo Givens.
All right, guys. No, yeah, take him over there, please. All right, it's going to be Brian on the tone. Everybody else wait for your name. Oscar, Mikey, Dan, Nick, Greg, Garrett, Bobby, T-Dub, and Lionel. All right, 1:30 down, 3:30 to go. We got Garrett Dicus out front. He's on a 13.5-14. Oscar, 1.5 back. T-Dub is 2.5 back. Nick Pantana, Greg Collagen, your top 5. Dan Rogers into the 5. And we got Crosby, Collagen down to 7. LaCroix and Lip and Givens round out to 10 with 3 minutes on the clock. So Garrett Dicus with the hot lap, 23.2. So 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Garrett Dicus out front. T-Dub through the line with the 23 flat. That is a new hot lap. He is in the 2, but he is 5 seconds behind Garrett Dicus. Oscar Ramirez 1 second back behind T-Dub. Nick Pantana is 4.5 behind. And then Bobby Crosby, 1.5 behind Pantana. That's your top 5. Dan Rogers, Greg, Brian, Mike, and Lionel. So 1:40 on the clock. Yerdikis got T-Dub starting to reel him in. 3.5-second lead now. Oscar, Bobby, Nick, your top 5. Dan, Brian, Greg, Mike, and Lionel. .45 seconds on the clock. Garrett, T-Dub, Bobby, Oscar, and Nick. And we have Dan, Greg, Brian, Mike, and Lionel. .15 seconds on the clock. We got time expired. Time expired. Do not stop till the computer calls you done.
Mike Lip done. Oscar Ramirez done. Robert Crosby done. Dan Rogers done. Greg Collegian done. Nick Pantana done. Garrett Dykus done. Brian Lacroix done. Trent Williams done.
And that's a race, guys. That's
Neil
a race.
Gibbons done.
Garrett Dyke is going to set the time
finished.
at a 13:5:18. T-Dub, Bobby, Oscar, and Nick. That's a race.
The race is completed.
Go ahead and shut them down. Come back. And Marshall, please.
The real David Bada. Mason Templeman. Edgar Pasilis. Lil Schultz. Rudy Rosales. Lil Schultz.
All right, guys, no more laps, no more laps. Straightaway's closed, no more laps. All right, I need Jonathan through the line, please. All right, Davey through the line. All right, Jacob through the line, please.
Jacob Lacroix.
Chris Ty through the line. Sammy through the line.
Chris Thai. Sammy the Killer.
Carlos through the line. And Bravo through the line.
Carlos Cortez. Eduardo
all right, guys,
Bravo.
here we go. We got all our marshals out. It's going to be Jonathan on the tone, then Davey, Jacob, Mason, Chris, Sammy, Rudy, Edgar, Carlos, and Bravo. So Jonathan on the tone. Davey, Jacob, Mason, Chris, Sammy, Rudy, Edgar, Carlos, and Bravo. All right, guys, if somebody catches you, that means that they are faster. Do not race with them. Yeah, we got some guys that are faster than others in this race, so. Whoa. So right now we got Sammy out front, Davey into two, Jonathan, Mason, and Chris Ty. So Sammy's got 7/10 on Davey. Sammy's got open track. Davey had some traffic, so we'll see. These two kids battle every week, week in and week out. So Davey takes over the lead now. He comes to the line with a 21-7. That is hot lap of this race. Sammy into two. Jonathan Schultz into three. Oh, Davey with a mistake. And we got Mason, Rudy, top five. See if that's going to drop Davey back. Where's Sammy at? Sammy on the back over there. Davey's still out front, but Davey made a mistake, so we'll see. Yeah, Sammy going to take it over. Davey got together with Rudy up on the hill, so now Sammy with a nice lead, 4 seconds. Davey now with a little bit of open track. So Jonathan moves to the two, Davey down to the three. Mason, Chris, your top five. Rudy, Bravo, Carlos, and Jacob. Edgar is out. Davey up to the two with new hot lap, 21-7. So Davey starting to fly pretty good. And he's back in traffic again. Sammy coming down the center straightaway. There's your race leader. He's got 6-second lead. We got a minute 15 remaining. 45 seconds on the clock. We got Sammy, Davey, Jonathan, Mason, and Chris Ty, your top 5. Bravo, Cortez, Rosales, and LaCroix. And time about to expire. Do not stop till I call you done or the computer calls you done.
Jacob Lacroix done. Lil Schultz done. Chris Thai done. Carlos Cortez done. Eduardo Bravo done. The Real Dave Ibata done. Sammy the Killer done. Mason Templeman done.
And that's a race. Sammy going to set the first
Rudy
round
Rosales
TQ
done.
with a 14-5,
All drivers
17.
are finished.
Davey, Jonathan, Mason, and Chris. That's the race.
The race is completed.
All right, I need my marshals out, guys. Marshals out, please.
Don Stark. Brian Lacroix. Eddie Larrett. Matthew Olson. Tito Gonzalez. Chris Nelson. Scott Manganello.
All right, no more laps. No more laps, please. No more laps. Steve through the line. I need Steve through the line. Hey, put him over, yeah? Okay, there we go. There we go, gotcha.
Stephen Mead.
All right, Art through the line. Art. Hold on, Art. Stay there. Through the line, Art. Through the line.
Art Sanfratello.
All right, Chris Nelson through the line. All right, and then Matthew through the line. Matt through the line, please.
Matthew Olson.
All right. Okay, guys. Go ahead and line them up. Got our marshals out. All right, guys. We had a full heat last time. We shouldn't be missing turn marshals here. So who's not out here? You wearing sandals on my track? All right, here we go. Brian on the tone. Chris. Eddie. Steven. Mango. Matt. Tito. Art. And Don. All right, here we go. 1:15 down, 3:45 to go. Matthew Olson, your race leader. Tito in the 2, Eddie in the 3, Steven and Chris Nelson, your top 5. Then we have Art, Don, and Brian. Mango in the race now. All right, 2:15 down, 2:45. We got Tito out front now. Looks like Matt Olson was going to come down, and he's going to back up. Eddie Lorette, Chris Nelson to the 4, Stephen Mead in the 5. Then we have Art, Don, Brian, and Mango. Hot lap is a 21.3 by Matt Olson. Hey, Greg, you going to make it for race 10? Got to go through tech. I know you're working. All right, we got 1:30 left. Tito out front. Steve Mead is in the 2. Chris Nelson in the 3. Eddie and Art Sanfratello, your top 5 now. Don Stark, Brian, and Mango. Matt Olson is out. Hot lap is Tito with the 21.3. So Chris Nelson up to the 2 now. But Tito's got 7 seconds with 1 minute remaining. Now 5.5 seconds. Stephen Mead up to the 3. Eddie and Art, your top 5. Don, Brian, and Mango. So Eddie only 7 tenths away from Stephen Mead for that 3 spot. So Eddie up to the top 3 now. Steve down to the 4. Art in the 5. Don, Brian, and Mango. We got Tito and Chris. The lead is 6.5 seconds. Time expired. Do not stop till the computer calls you done.
Brian Lacroix done. Eddie Larrett done. Stephen Mead done.
Guys, get your cars off the track, please.
Chris Nelson done.
Do not put your cars down
John
until
Stark
I call
done.
race done.
Art Sanfratello done. Tito Gonzalez done.
And that is a race. Tito Gonzalez is going to take the win and the TQ with the 14.5.15. Chris, Steven, Eddie, and Art, your top 5.
The race is completed. Matthew Monge. Ryan Day. Russ Ida.
That was the most epic fucking...
Gary Rasta.
Oh, you're like me.
Chris Thigh. Ryan Day. Ryan Day.
All right, no more laps, guys. No more laps. I need my marshals out here. My marshals, I need Greg through the line. Greg Kalajian through the line. I need Rudy through the line, please. Rudy through the line.
Rudy Rosales.
Greg, you going to make it? Greg? No, Greg? All right, guys, here we go. Where's my marshals? Tito, are you marshaling here? All right, we're starting. Chris Ty on the tone. Russ. Gary. Brian. Rudy. And Mad Matt. All right, 3:40 remaining. Rudy Rosales, your race leader. 13.5 flat. Ryan Day, 13.5.23. Chris Ty, Gary Rasta, Russ, and Mad Matt. All right, 2:20 on the clock. Rudy, 13.5.05. Gary Ross on a 13.5.20. Ryan Day, Chris Ty, Mad Matt. Russ is out. All right, we got 1 minute remaining. Rudy Rosales on a 13.5.05. He's got 7 seconds on Gary. Ryan Day, Chris Ty, Mad Matt. Hot lap is Mad Matt with a 22.4. Ten seconds on the clock. Do not stop till the computer calls you done.
Chris Thai done. Ryan Day done. Rudy Rosales done. Gary Rasta done. Matthew Monge done.
Guys, keep your
All
cars off the
drivers
track
are
till I call
finished.
you done. And that's a race, guys. That's a race. Rudy Rosales is going to set the time at 13.504. Gary, Ryan, Chris, and Mad Matt. That's the way it's going to go.
The race is completed.
Chris, did you re-gear it? How's it feel?
Eddie Larrett. Jeff Guest. Oscar Ramirez. Chris Nelson. Stephen Mead. Tito Gonzalez. Robert Milan. Art Sanfratello.
Right here, Rudy. All right, guys, no more laps, no more laps. All right, Rudy, you can go back. Ryan Day's there. All right, guys, here we go. It's going to be mouth on the tone. We are missing one turn marshal in the back. Guys, stay in your marshal spots, please, so that we can start. When I see empty spots, that just delays the program. That's been happening a lot today. Stay in your marshal areas. You can talk after the race, please. Mouth on the tone. Oscar. Steven. Chris. Oh, yeah. Eddie. Tito. Art.
Chris
And
Nelson,
Jeff
TNR
Gordon,
Fuels on camera.
So after one, Chris Nelson at 22.6. That's the hot lap, but he has a crash. He crashed into an upside-down car top of the hill. That's going to drop him to the 5, and Steve Mead's going to take over the lead. But Tito through the line with a 22.5. That is a new hot lap. But here comes Chris Nelson. He's got a pretty fast car now. Oh, he comes up short in the worst spot. Oh, man. So Jeff Guest through tonight with a 21.7, and he is your new leader. So Jeffrey out front now on a 14.520. Tito on a 13.5 flat. Eddie 13.504. Tito out front now. The lead is half a second. Let's see Jeffrey come through the line. Jeffrey through the line on the outside. A nice clean pass. He is half a second still off of Tito. Eddie, Steven. Chris Nelson up to the 5 now. Art, Oscar, and Robert. And Jeffrey takes over the lead. And he gets it wrong right at the top after getting that lead back by 1/10. So Tito going to most likely be your race leader on this lap. And here comes Tito through the start-finish line. He goes back to the top. Jeffrey to the 2. Eddie in the 3. Steven and Chris Nelson. And we got minute 40. We got Tito out front, 7/10 over Jeff Guest. Eddie, 3.5 back behind Jeffrey. Steven is 1 second behind Eddie Lorette. Chris Nelson is 10 seconds back. Oscar, Robert, and Art. So Jeffrey takes over the lead now by 7/10 with 1:15 on the clock. And now Tito takes us back by 1/10. Here comes Jeffrey. And Jeffrey right back. 1 second lead for Jeffrey now with 50 seconds on the clock. .25 seconds on the clock. Tito now with 1.8 second lead. Jeffrey getting caught up on the pipe right before the straight. And here comes Jeffrey. Was 1.8, 1.7 now with 10 seconds on the clock. Time expired. Race to the finish, guys. Race to the finish.
Robert Milan done. Stephen Meade done. Oscar Ramirez done. Eddie Laird done.
Jeff, you get one more. Jeff, you get one more. We got Tito, Jeff, and Nelson. One more lap. Everybody else is done.
Tito Gonzalez done. Chris Nelson done.
And
Jeff
that's the
Guest
race.
done.
So Tito
All drivers are finished.
going to set the TQ at a 14:5:21. Eddie's going to finish second. Steven third. Jeff and Chris. That's the race.
The race is completed.
All right, final race of round one. And then we're going to lay some water down. We're going to blow down the track and lay some water down. So we started at about 11:05. We're going to finish at 1, so 2-hour program. It should go faster. Should be about an hour and a half if we don't have the transponder issues. So, yeah, we'll be somewhere around 3 o'clock when we go into, and then half hour, 3:30 going into the mains.
Brian Lacroix. Ryan Day.
Hey, Nick, you're not going to do this? No 8 skill for you? All right, go ahead and line them up, guys. It's 2 cars right now. I'm not going to make this first one. I'll make the next one, though. Who we missing on marshals here? Let's go. I got need Tito. I heard Tito. You going to marshal right there? I am. All right, guys. Here we go. So Brian on the tone. Yeah, both of you go. All right, 2 minutes remaining. We got Ryan Day out front, Brian in the 2. A minute 30. We got Ryan Day out front. He's got the hot lap 21.7. Brian in the 2. Brian's got a hot lap of a 22.9. .115 on the clock. And we are going to need my track crew out with the blowers. We're going to blow the track down and water going into round number 2. 1 minute remaining. .25 seconds on the clock. Time expired. We got Ryan Day and Brian. You will be done as soon as you cross the line. I'm going to need my track crew out with the blowers, please. Track crew out with the
Ryan
blowers.
Day done.
And that's a race.
Brian Lacroix done.
So Ryan's going to take round 1.
All drivers
TQ.
are finished.
Ryan's going to finish second.
The race
All
is completed.
I need my track crew with the blowers, guys. Track crew with the blowers, please.
Yeah, he wants it still.
Huh? I haven't honestly checked. The whole rear end was bound up. That was the biggest thing. Oh, I gotta check everything. It's all on carpet. Dip pipes, everything. Bullshit. Didn't do shit to it. Liar.
Hey, you were kicking everybody's asses, eh?
Yeah, so the car got fucking weird. Like it got real slimy. Well, I already went through the whole rear end of the car. I gotta check the dip pipes. All the dip pipes are fucked on this thing right now. He like needs all new carpet. Oh, okay. Well, this one he needs a new carpet.
Hey, Davey, come here.
I got to shoot something at the bull ring in, I got to shoot something at the bull ring in Vegas. That thing's actually really sexy.
Hold it. I should charge you for the idea now.
On Dusty Show, you're going to be slow. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
They do look really good.
Yeah, they do.
That's the first to ever have them. Those are the first ones ever.
And those are the last two ever.
Really nice.
Well, it's because it's not a see-through color. And once you have the tools in there, so like if you had the screwdriver were blue, it throws like a nice blue or a nice yellow. Like
I
that.
must say it does look pretty awesome.
Orange?
I got orange.
Like solid orange or see-through orange?
Got orange. I'll make all my breakfast.
No more white.
I think I only have like maybe 2 more of them.
Of these? All right, don't make them. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you know. So when you make the other one a big one, you already put the mod on there, right?
Yeah.
All right. So when you have a chance, add Bravo to that and bring it back.
Okay.
That's
Bravo.
it. Ever. No more.
No more. No more.
No more white.
As the year goes, September and October, I'm like, I've got September, I've got something and it's like, you know, 2 races on one, 2,
All right, guys, really quick. I did change the schedule a little bit. So nothing will change in the rookies or Pro 4. But 13-5 Stadium on up, all that has changed. We are posting new sheets. I did move 40 plus 13-5 four-wheel buggy to race 7. And in doing so, put a gap between them and the 40 plus two-wheel. And I also put a gap between Stadium Truck and Short Course so that they're not back-to-back. And in doing so, some drivers got moved from one heat to another heat. So if there's 2 heats of truck, some drivers got moved around. If there's 2 heats of Short Course, some drivers got moved around. And 13-5 buggy, some drivers got moved around. So make sure you know what race you're in. It's not the same. Things got changed. So look at the sheets and make sure you know what race you are in. Like I said, Short Course, drivers got moved from heat to heat. Stadium Truck, drivers got moved from heat to heat. And 40 plus 13-5 buggy, drivers got moved from heat to heat. And the whole race, 13-5 four-wheel drive buggy got moved. All right, guys, race one. You guys are up. Go ahead, race 1. And I'm going to need my marshals. I'm going to need volunteer marshals for this one, guys, volunteers. So we have Ryan Day and Brian. Nick Pantana. Here are my marshals. And I'm going to need some volunteers. Let's go, guys. Race one. Go ahead, roll them out.
Ted Fent.
All right, we're going to need volunteer turn
Ryan
marshals,
Estes.
please. I'm looking for 2 turn marshals, 2 volunteers.
Andrew Higueras.
I need 2 volunteers, one in the front, one at the pole. All right. Oh, Rashad, you going to get that? Okay, right here, Dan, right here.
Jason Harper.
Hey guys, track is still live. Do not park in the middle of the lanes.
Cody Lacroix.
I need a check-in from Bravo, a check-in from Mike Lip, and a check-in from Rosie.
Eduardo Bravo.
Rosie, come back to the line, please. Straightaways closed. No more laps, guys. No more laps. Bravo through the line.
Eduardo Bravo.
Rosie through the line.
Rosie Harper.
And then Mike through the line. Mike. All right, here we go, guys. We got our marshals out. Cody on the tone. Bravo. Ted. Andrew. Polar Bear. Rowdy. And Ryan. Dan, right behind you. Dan, right behind you. Behind you, Dan. All right, 220 down, 240 to go. Bravo out front. Cody, Andrew, Ted Fent, and Jason Harper, your top five. Brian and Rosie. So Mango's got the TQ from at a 13.520 from round one. And Bravo on 11.504, so he is 2 laps down to that pace. 2:15 remaining. See you, girl. Always welcome. All right, we got 140 remaining. Bravo out front. 12.523. Andrew on the 12.523 as well. Cody, Ted, Jason, Ryan, and Rosie. 130 on the clock. .50 seconds on the clock. And Andrew, your race leader now on a 12.526. All right, 15 seconds. We got Bravo out front. Andrew in the 2. 1.2 is the lead. Ted, Cody, Jason, Ryan, and Rosie under 10. Do not stop until the computer calls you done. All right, Rashad Wallace, you need to check in for race 2.
Ted Fent done. Cody Lacroix done. Jason Harper done. Eduardo Bravo done. Ryan Estes done. Andrew Higueras done.
Marshals, do not leave your spot till the race is done. We're still waiting on that pink truck. Other side. Put her on the other side.
Rosie Harper done.
All right, there you go. That's
all
the way to do it.
drivers are finished.
All right, so Bravo going to take the win. Andrew, Ted, Cody, and Jason Harper, your top 5. So a 12.521 by Bravo. That's a race.
The race is completed. Daniel Arriaga. Jacob Lacroix. Shake and Bake. John Berger. Dangerous Day. Edgar Pasilis. Gene Newcomb. Rashad Wallace.
All right, guys, no more laps. No more laps. Let's line them up. No more laps. No more laps. All right, guys, here we go. On the tone, it's going to be Daniel Arriaga. Dangerous. Jacob. Berger. Shake and Bake. Edgar. Gene. Rashad. All right, 220 down, 240 to go. Daniel Arriaga on an overall TQ run, 13.510. Mango has it at a 13.520 from round one. Dangerous in the two. John Edgar, Shake and Bake. Gene and Rashad. Jacob is out. So 150, Daniel out front, 13.509. A minute 40 remaining. Dangerous on a 13.517. The lead is 1.8. Berger, Edgar, Shake and Bake, Gene and Rashad. A minute 30. Behind you right here. All right, 20 seconds remaining. Daniel, Dangerous, Berger, Edgar, Shake and Bake, Gene, and Rashad.
Shake and Bake done. John Berger done. Daniel Arriaga done. Dangerous Day done. Edgar Pasilis done.
Keep going, guys. Keep going.
Gene Newcomb done.
Waiting on one more.
Rashad Wallace done.
And that's a race.
All drivers are finished.
So Daniel Arriaga takes the win, sets a new overall TQ. Dangerous, Berger, Bacias, and Shake and Bake.
The race is completed.
All right, guys, I need my marshals back. Put your cards down. Come out and marshal, please.
Adam Soto. Greg Collegian. Scott Manganello. Dace Mead. Luis Bravo. Cesar Higueras. Leal Gibbons. Robert Milan.
All right, no more laps, guys. Line them up. No more laps. Line them up. All right, guys, here we go. On the tone, it's going to be Mango. Time to beat is a 13:5:17 by Daniel. Lewis. Dace. Greg. Mouth. Adam. Caesar. And Lionel. All right, we got Luis Bravo on a TQ run, 13:5:02, but he's got a long lap. And that's going to drop him off that TQ pace to a 12:5:01. Dace, Mango, Adam, Caesar. Oh, they're all moving around. So we got Adam in the 4, Lionel, Robert, Caesar, and Greg. Lewis still leading out on a 12:5:01. So Lewis Bravo with the clear body. Reminds me of Wonder Woman when she flew in that invisible jet. The funny thing about that custom paint job he's flying right now is that he works in the hobby shop. So right now we have Lewis, Dace, Mango, Robert, Lionel, your top five. Caesar and Greg. Right now Lewis on a 13.520, chasing a 5.17. He's on a 5.20, comes to the line with a 24.5. So Daniel set the TQ at a 13.517. Oh, a mistake from Lewis. And he's going to lose time. He's on a 13.521. Daniel did a 13.517. So Lewis comes through the line. Mango up to the 2 now. Mango on a 12.509. Dace, Robert, and Greg. Lewis, a 12.504, so Lewis falls off that 13-lap run. So there's going to be some bragging rights since Little C's or Daniel. If Daniel TQs, he TQ'd with Lewis's own car. So Daniel beating Lewis with his own car. And Mango taking over the lead now. Lewis to the 2. Just falling apart. Oh, my God. Like Matt Olson said, he's running out of talent right now. Bravo. Cálmate. Calmado. Here he comes through the start-finish line. And he drops to the 3 now. Dace up to the 2. So Little Dace making a hard comeback. He's up to the 2. Mango in the 1. He's got 8 seconds on Dace. Lewis Bravo to the 3. Robert, Greg, your top 5. Adam, Caesar, and Lionel. 5 seconds remaining.
Scott Manganello done. Dace Mead done. Robert Milan done. Adam Soto done. Cesar Higueras done. Luis Bravo done. Leo Givens done. Greg Collegian done. All drivers are finished.
And that's the race. Mango going to take the win. Dace going to finish second. Lewis Bravo third. Robert and Greg. But Little C's, Daniel Arya is going to secure the overall TQ in rookie. That's
the race is completed.
All right, need my marshals back ASAP. Marshals back.
Ryan Day. Robert Crusby. Dan Rogers. Brian Lacroix. Don Stark. Teddy Fent. Nick Pantana.
I need my marshals back out, please. Marshals, back out. No more laps, guys. No more laps. Straightaway's closed. Straightaway's closed. No more laps. Straightaway's closed. Straightaway is closed. No more laps. Bring it back. Nick Pantana, bring it back. No more laps. No more laps. When I say no more laps, that's no more laps. I'm still missing a marshal, guys. All right, Dace, where you at, Dace? Got to come out, Marshall. All right, we're missing Dace. Where you at? All right, Teddy on the tone. Ryan. Nick. Bobby. Dan. Brian. And Don. Rashad, go.
Transponder 9579704. Rashad Wallace.
So it looks like Rashad Wallace battery falling out. So here we go, 120 down, 340 to go. Teddy Fent out front. Bobby Crosby in the 2, Nick Pantana in the 3, Ryan Day in the 4, Dan Rogers in the 5, Don Stark, Brian, and Rashad. All right, 2:10 on the clock. Ryan Day out front on a 14.517. The TQ's a 14.508 by Teddy Fent. Teddy in the 2, Robert. Oh, Robert down to the 5. Nick up to the 3. Dan in the 4. Ryan Day out front, 14.516. Teddy on a 14.521. Teddy has a hot lap with 21.6. Nick, Robert, Don Stark, your top 5. Dan, Brian, and Rashad. 1:15 on the clock for race number 4. Race 5's 13.5 Stadium Truck Heat 1. You guys are up. Well, 25 seconds on the clock. Teddy Fent, your race leader. Ryan Day to the 2 now, 1 second behind. Bobby Crosby, Nick Pantana, Don Stark. And we have Dan Rogers, Brian, and Rashad. So your race leader coming down the center straightaway. Yellow and orange with checkers. Down the front side straight. That is your race leader through the start-finish line. Teddy Fent with time expired. Ryan, Bobby, Nick, Don,
Ryan
Dan,
Day
Brian, and Rashad is your order. Watch out, Greg.
Brian Lacroix done. Dan Rogers done. Don Stark done. Robert Crosby done. Teddy Fent done. Nick Pantana done. The race is completed.
All right, so Teddy Fent going to take the overall TQ from round 1 with the 14.508. He's going to take the win here. Ryan Day, Bobby, Nick, and Don.
Mason Templeman. The Real David Bada. Lee Setzer. Ron Devil. Doug LaRiviere. Sammy the Killer.
All right, no more laps, no more laps. Line them up, line them up, line them up. No more laps. I need a check-in from Chris Ty. Check-in from Chris Ty. I got nothing from Chris.
Good, how are you? Good. Oh, well, you're out here and you're having fun. Yeah. That's the main thing. I make enough mistakes. I don't need to.
Chris Thigh.
All right, guys, here we go. It's going to be Lee Setzer, a 14.509 from round 1. So, Lee, you're going to go on the tone. Mason, Doug, Sammy, Ron, Chris, and Davey. All right, we got Lee Setzer out front on a 14.5 flat. Ronnie D on a 14.502. Doug on a 14.508. Davey 14.509. Sammy, Mason, Chris. Oh, Davey with a mistake. He was up to the 2. Ronnie D, your leader now on a 14.503. Doug to the 2, Lee in the 3, Davey in the 4, Mason in the 5, Sammy and Chris. 2:15 on the clock. All right, 1 minute down.
Following Ron
your race
Duvall.
leader. Doug, Lee, Mason, Davey in the 5. And we have Chris. Sammy is out. .20 seconds on the clock.
Mason Templeman done.
So Ronnie D going to set the overall TQs on a 14.505 if he can finish it.
Ron Devil done. Chris Thigh done. Doug LaRiviere done. The real David Vada done.
And that's a race. So
All
Ronnie
drivers
D
are
going to set the
finished.
time. The overall TQ with the 14.505. Doug, Lee, Davey, Mason, and Chris Ty.
The race is completed. Carlos Cortez. Edgar Pasillas. Dangerous Day. Bobby Clift. Cody Lacroix.
Waiting for my marshals to come out. Where's my marshals? No more laps, guys. Line them up. Line them up. Still waiting on marshals. Cars are ready. Waiting on the marshals. All right, Carlos on the tone. Dangerous. Cody. Bobby. Edgar. So time to beat is a 14.505 by Ron Duvall. All right, 1 minute down, 4 to go. We got Bobby out front. Carlos moves to the top. Mouth into 2. Bobby, Dangerous, Edgar, and Cody. 3:45 on the clock. All right, we got 2:10 remaining. Bobby Clift out front. In the 2, Carlos, Cody, and Edgar. Mouth is out. Rudy did not make the start. All right, 1:15 remaining. Bobby Clift in the 1, Dangerous in the 2. Carlos, Cody, and Edgar. 1:10 on the clock. This is a slower group than the first group. Right now, Bobby leading out, and he is in 7th overall. All right, time about to expire. Do not stop till I call you done. We got Bobby, Carlos, Dangerous, Cody, and Edgar.
Bobby Clift done. Carlos Cortez done. Edgar Pasillas done. Dangerous Day done. Cody Lacroix done. All drivers are finished.
And that's the race. Bobby, Carlos, Dangerous, Cody, and Edgar. Ron Duvall secures the overall TQ. 13-5 Stadium, that's the race.
The race is completed. Chris Nelson.
All right, all
Brian Lacroix.
over the hill gang right
Stephen
here.
Mead.
I feel like I'm over the hill.
Don Stark.
I should be racing with these guys.
Art Sanfratello.
Over the
Matthew
hill
Olson.
and one youngster.
Tito Gonzalez. Eddie Larrett.
Hey, Greg, where you at? You're supposed to race this. All right, guys, no more laps, no more laps. Go ahead and line them up.
Greg Collegian.
All right, guys, here we go. We're missing a marshal in the center. All right, guys, here we go. Tito on the tone. Chris. Steven. Eddie. Art. Don. Brian. Matt. And Greg. Are you blind? Are you blind? All right, 1 minute down, 4 to go, and Eddie Lorette out front on an overall TQ run, 14.501. Time to beat was a 14.515 by Tito. Stephen Mead on a 5:03. Nelson 5:04. Olson 5:08. And San Fratello in the 5 spot. He's on a 5:17. Tito 5:17. Don Stark, Greg, and Brian. 3:30 on the clock, so Eddie half a second lead over Stephen Mead. Eddie's got the hot lap with the 21.2. Stephen's got a 21.3. Oh, and Stephen drops to the 3. Matt Olson jumps all the way up to the 2. And Matt Olson takes over the lead on a 14.503. Eddie Lorette 14.504. Mead on a 14.507. Nelson 14.510. San Fratello 14.517. Tito, Don, Greg, and Brian. Eddie back out front by 0.3 of a second. Eddie up the hill, holds on to that lead. It's 1/100th of a second now over Matthew Olson. Both of them on a 14.505. Mead on a 14.507. Nelson 5:10. Art San Fratello on a 5:18. All right, 2 minutes on the clock. Matthew Olson out front now. Steve Mead in the 2 spot. Chris Nelson in the 3. Eddie drops to the 4. San Fratello in the 5. Gonzalez Stark. Kalajian is out. And then we got Brian. We got 1:40 on the clock. So top 4 drivers on a TQ run. Who's going to pull it off? We will see. Everybody within. Matthew Olson holding on to 3.3 second lead over Steven. Steven's got 1.5 on Nelson. Nelson half on Eddie Lorette. Eddie Lorette 2.5 on Art San Fratello. 1:10 on the clock. Eddie bumping up to the 3 spot. Nelson down to the 4. 1 minute remaining. Center, guys, center. In the center, guys, in the center. Tito, I told you should have left your wing backwards. Matt Olson out front, 5:04. Mead on a 5:11. Lorette on a 5:12. Nelson on a 5:13. San Fratello on a 5:18. We have Tito, Don, and Brian. Greg is out. 20 seconds on the clock. Five seconds remaining. Matthew, Steven, Eddie, Chris, and Art. Your top 5, Tito, Don, Brian. Time expired. Do not stop till the computer calls you done.
Tito Gonzalez done. Chris Nelson done. Stephen Mead done. Eddie Lorette done. Don Stark done. Matthew Olson done. Art San Fratello done.
Waiting on one, waiting on Brian. Everybody else is done, waiting on Brian.
Brian Lacroix done.
And that's a race.
All drivers are finished.
Matt Olson going to set the overall TQ 14.510. Eddie Lorett's going to finish second. Steven third. Chris Nelson and Art Sanfratello, your top 5. That's a race.
The race is completed.
Let me look.
Garrett Dicus, Lil Schultz, Oscar Ramirez, Mike Libb, Chris Thye, Trent Williams, Dan Rogers, Eduardo Bravo, Robert Crosby.
All right, just waiting from a check-in from Lionel. Lionel, you out here? You going to make this one, Lionel? There was still, it didn't get changed over from everything. The hubs were on 3, the right height, the diff heights. The little guy said he did it all. Who's this? You, Bravo? Hold on. Hold on.
Eduardo Bravo.
Lionel, you up there? All right. All right, guys, here we go. On the tone is going to be Garrett Dicus. T-Dub. Crosby. Oscar. Dan. Jonathan. Mike. Lionel. Chris. And Bravo. All right, 1:30 down, 3:30 to go. Garrett Dicus, your race leader. T-Dub in the 2, Oscar in the 3, Crosby in the 4, Jonathan top 5. And Jonathan through the line, he goes to the 4 spot. He's got the hot lap in the race, 22-1. Crosby to the 5, Dan, Bravo, Ty, and Lip. Jonathan all the way to the 2 now. T-Dub leading out on the 13.5.15. Time to beat is a 14.5.17. Jonathan 13.5.23 in the 2 now. Oscar, Garrett, Crosby, Rogers, Bravo, Ty, and Lip. Garrett Dicus up to the 2. Jonathan to the 3. All right, Rudy Rosales, race 9. Race 9, you got to check in. So T-Dub, 13.5.16. He's got 1 second on Jonathan Schultz. Jonathan coming down the center straightaway, coming up over the 5-pack. Double, double, single. All red, white letters. As he comes to the line, Jonathan Schultz, your race leader now, 13-5-14. So Jonathan out front, trying to set the time. He's on a 13-5-14. The time is a 14-5-17. So Jonathan, only driver with a 22-second lap time, is at 22-1. So he's over a full second faster than everybody in this race. T-Dub, Garrett Dykes, Oscar, Bobby, top 5. So Jonathan did a 13-5-08 last round. He's on a 13-5-10 this round. Now he's on a 5-08. Garrett Dykes, T-Dub, Crosby, Ramirez, your top 5. 1 minute remaining. Rogers, Ty, Bravo, and Lip. Givens did not make the start. All right, time expired. Do not stop till I call you done. Jonathan on a 5:07. T-Dub, Garrett, Robert, Dan, Rogers, top 5. Oscar, Chris,
Robert Crosby
Bravo,
done.
and Lip.
Mike Lip done. Lil Schultz done. Oscar Ramirez done. Trent Williams done. Garrett Dykes done. Dan Rogers done.
Hey, Bravo's not done, guys.
Chris Thye done. Eduardo Bravo done.
And
All
that's the
drivers
race.
are
Jonathan
finished.
Schultz, 13-5-06. He had the hot lap 22-1. T-Dub, Garrett, Bobby, and Oscar.
The race is completed. Carlos Cortez. Sammy the Killer. The Real Dave Ibarra. Mason Templeman. Rudy Rosales. Nick Pantana. Edgar Pasilis. Brian Lacroix. Jacob Lacroix.
All right, no more laps, no more laps. Line them up, line them up. All right, guys, here we go. Time to beat is a 14-5-17 by Sammy. Sammy on the tone. Davey. Mason. Rudy. Carlos. Edgar. Nick. Brian. Greg. And Jacob. All right, so Sammy out front. Davey in the 2. Mason in the 3. Rudy, Nick, top 5. Carlos, Jacob, Edgar, Brian, and Greg. I always love me some short bus because you could be the fastest one out there, but you got to get through the traffic. That's awesome. I love it. I love it, love it. All right, so right now, Sammy out front, 14-5-12. He's got 1 second on Davey. Davey's got the hot lap, 21-5. Sammy's got a 21-9. Mason in the 3, Rudy and Nick, your top 5. Carlos, Jacob, Edgar, Brian, and Greg. Oh, Sammy threw a line with a 23-4. Davey with a 21-7. Davey takes over the lead. And they are both on a TQ run. 14-5-14 for Davey, 14-5-15 for Sammy. Here they come together down the front side straightaway. But there's a variable in short course. You never know. Trucks that are upside down or they're in the way can wreak havoc on your run. Here they come down the straightaway. Sammy through the line. Davey through the line up the hill. They both come in with a high 21. Sammy down the center straightaway. Davey down the center straightaway. 5-pack, both of them. Still traffic ahead of them. Sammy through the line. Davey right behind him. Davey closed the gap a little bit on Sammy. All right. We got some traffic now in between them as they come down around the backside. Coming around, they got Nick Pantana in front of them. Oh, and another truck squeezes in there. Oh, they get through both of them, clean through the traffic. So we got Davey, Sammy, Mason, Rudy, and Nick. We got 1:30 remaining. Now they got open track, both of them. These two kids grew up battling each other. Here they come through the start-finish line. Davey comes through the line with a 21-4. That is a new hot lap. Sammy's hot lap is a 21-8. Here they come. Open track for both of them as they come down the straightaway. 50 seconds remaining. Whoa, Sammy makes a mistake. Davey gets put on the pipe. Oh, here they come. Oh, Sammy with a mistake. Oh, and he tumbles down the hill. Oh, boy. But Davey's mistake. See where they put him. Oh, 5:14, still a TQ run. See where Sammy's still on a TQ run as well on a 5:15. All right, so we got 15 seconds, 15 seconds. And time expired. Do not stop till the computer calls you done.
Rudy Rosales done. Mason Templeman done. Carlos Cortez done. The Real David Bada done. Sammy the Killer done.
All right, 40 plus 13.5 buggy is up. There's quite a few guys that haven't checked in yet.
Brian Lacroix done.
All right, Ryan Day says he's not running it. Mouth, are you going to run next race?
Greg
Mouth?
Collegian done.
Mouth, you going to make the next race?
Nick Pantana done.
And that's a race. The Real Davey Bada going to take the win and the overall TQ with the 14.5-13. Sammy's going to finish second. Mason, Nick, and Rudy, that's a race.
The race is completed.
All right, so I see Gary up there, I see Mad Matt up there, and I see Chris Ty up there. Russ, you going to race this one? No? Russ is not going to race. Chris Nelson, you going to race this one? Yes? All right. Mount said he's racing this one. Ryan Day is not going to race. No, I need marshals. Hold on a second. I'll tell you when I need marshals. Davey, Sammy, Mason, Nick, Rudy, Jacob, Brian, and Edgar. Your marshals come out. All right, we're good. We got everything covered. Go ahead, roll them out, guys. Roll them out.
Chris Nelson. Chris Thye. Matthew Monge. Gary Rasta. Robert Milan.
All right, line them up, guys. Line them up. Everybody's checked in. No more laps, no more laps. All right, guys, here we go on the tone. It's going to be Gary Rasta. Chris Ty. Mad Matt. Mouth. And Nelson. All right, 1 minute down, 4 to go. Chris Nelson, Alf's front. TQ is Tito Gonzalez with a 14.521. Chris on a 13.507. Gary, Chris, Mad Matt, and Robert. And 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Chris Nelson, 13.502, chasing a 14.521. Gary Rasta, 13.511. Chris Ty, 13.522. Mad Matt and Mouth. All right, 2 minutes on the clock. Chris Nelson, 13.506. He's got 2.7 on Gary. Gary's got 14 on Ty. Ty's got 13 on Mad Matt, and Matt 8 on Mouth. .130 on the clock. So Chris Nelson, yellow car, coming up over the triples through the backside chicane as he sweeps around the track down the straightaway. He is your race leader, 13.508. We got 1 minute remaining. Race number 10, race 11, 40 plus 13.5 buggy. Heat 2 coming up. All right, Tito, you're going to make race 11. There you go. All right, so we got Chris Nelson, Gary Rasta, Chris Ty, Mad Matt, and Robert Mouth Milan. Come on, Mouth. I haven't heard you yell all day. Got to yell. I got to hear her. Come on. Come on, you got to yell. You got to say something. There you go. .25 seconds on the clock for Chris Nelson, 13.510. Gary on a 13.514. Gary Rasta, one of my OGs, moved away and he came back to us. Said we're the only reason he came back right here to run RC cars. And time expired. Do not stop until the computer calls you done. You know, my computer wife.
Chris Thye done.
There she is.
Gary Rasta done. Chris Nelson done. Matthew Monge done.
Come on, Mouth. You can't finish a race like that. Hit it to win it. And that's a race.
Robert Milan done.
Chris Nelson.
All drivers
going
are
to take the
finished.
win. Gary, Chris, Mad Matt, and Robert. That's a race.
The race is completed. Oscar Ramirez. Stephen Mead. Eddie Larrett. Jeff Guest.
Hey, also tell them to put my wheels on.
Rudy Rosales. Tito Gonzalez.
Are you the amazing Art Sanfratello? You're in this one. At least that's what I heard.
Art Sanfratello.
All right, guys, go ahead and line them up, line them up. We got some competition in this one. All right, time to beat is a 14-5-21 by Tito Gonzalez from round number 1. Missing a Marshall. Who we missing? We got Nelson. We got Rasta. We got Ty, Mad Matt. Oh, we got Ryan Day. Yes, sir. We need somebody up top. Hold on. Ryan Day. There we go. All right. Mr. Tito Gonzalez, straight from San Diego, SDRC. On the tone. Eddie. Steven. Pork chop. Oscar. Rudy. And the awesome Art Sanfratello. So we got a little bit of mixture here. We got SDRC with Tito and Art. We got Coyote Hobbies, Eddie Lorette, Pork Chop, and Rudy Rosales. We got OCRC, Stephen Mead. And we got Ricochet with Oscar. So a lot of tracks here. A lot of different tracks. Let's see which track has the best old farts. We'll see right here as they come through the line. So after 2, it is Jeffrey Guest out front, Rudy in the 2, Tito in the 3, Stephen, Eddie, Sanfratello, and Ramirez. 1 minute down, 4 to go. And new TQs for Jeffrey, Rudy, Tito, and Stephen. So Jeffrey, 21-5, 21-5, 22 flat out front, 14-504. That is a new TQ pace. Rudy Rosales in the 2. He is 1.5 back. Stephen Mead is 8/10 behind Rudy. Eddie Lorette, 9/10 behind Stephen. And Tito, 7/100 of a second behind Eddie. So it's all close. Oscar is 6 behind Tito. And Art is 1.5 behind Oscar. 3:15 on the clock. So Pork Chop, our race leader. You know, every family has kind of like a matriarch. You know, the person that everybody looks up to. Well, that's Pork Chop here at Coyote Hobbies. He is our matriarch racer here. Everybody loves them some chops. All right, we got 2:40 on the clock. Rudy now out front by 1/10 of a second. Jeff in the 2, Tito, Stephen, Eddie, Oscar, and Art. Oh, Pork Chop through the line with a 21.1. That is a new hot lap. I'm hearing some tire slapping from Pork Chop's car as he comes around right before the 5-pack. 21.4 from Pork Chop as he comes back through. Rudy through the line. Rudy with a 22.8. So Pork Chop back out front. So Jeffrey coming around, you're hearing some tire snapping right here. Check it out, check it out. Hear that? Ooh, I like it. Minute 30 remaining. My little Pork Chop out front, 14-5-11. That is an overall TQ run. Rudy Rosales on a 14-5-12, also an overall TQ run. Tito, Eddie, Steven, Oscar, and Art. Pork Chop through the start-finish line. We have 45 seconds. 45 seconds remaining. And pork chop through the start-finish line. Still out front, TQ run, 14-5-11. He's got the hot lap with 21-1. Rudy in the 2. Eddie Lorette in the 3. Tito, Steven, Oscar, and Art. 10 seconds on the clock. And time about to expire. Do not stop until you are called done.
Tito Gonzalez done. Eddie Larrett done. Stephen Mead done. Jeff Guest done. Rudy Rosales done. Art Sanfratello done. Oscar Ramirez done.
And that's a race.
All drivers are finished.
Jeff Guest going to set the overall TQ in 40 plus 13.5 four-wheel buggy. Rudy, Tito, Eddie, and Stephen Mead, your top 5. That's a race.
The race is completed. Ryan Day. Brian Lacroix.
All right, we got Dangerous on the mic now. Dangerous. Because Dave, this one looks different on the thing. How do I turn it down? Because it's way too loud. Alrighty. I need Coyote Dave to come through the line. Coyote Dave.
Dave Bada.
No Nick. No Mac. All right. Driver's ready. Marshal's ready. We need a marshal. Hey, Sammy, I'm supposed to marshal this race. Can you marshal for me? Tito looks like he's got it. All right, need one volunteer marshal. One volunteer marshal. All right. Drivers ready, marshals ready. Ryan Day going on the tone. Ryan Day on the tone. Brian, Coyote Dave, go when you are ready. Get those shoulders loose. Alrighty, everybody's through the line. Ryan Day taking the early lead, followed by Coyote Dave and Brian. That's your order. Ryan Day getting it wrong on the 5-pack, but a smooth recovery. Alrighty, 1 minute down, 4 minutes to go. We're going to take a lap with our race leader, Ryan Day. Coming over the backside, sweeper down the center straight. Into the 5-pack. Triple double. Down the straightaway. Up the mountain. Down the step down. Up the step up. Into the triple. And back at the sweeper. Oh, Coyote Dave and Brian are having a little battle. Looks like Brian got it wrong. Oh, Ryan Day getting it wrong. Two down, 2 to go. Ryan Day, Coyote Dave, Brian's the race order. Ryan Day on a 15-5-14. Coyote Dave. Coyote Dave on a 13-5-02. Brian on a 13-5-22. Ryan Day with a hot lap of a 21-9. Coyote Dave's hot lap of 22 flat. Brian's hot lap is a 22-8. Brian's Coyote has 9 seconds on Brian. Ryan has 4 seconds, almost 5 seconds on Coyote. .40 seconds on the clock. All right, Ryan Day, Coyote Dave, Brian is the order. right, drivers, time is about to expire. Do not stop till the computer calls you done. Marshals, do not walk off the track till I say race is over.
Brian Lacroix done. Ryan Day done. Dave Botta done.
And that's a race.
All drivers are finished. The race is completed.
Look at the Coyote track crew out here who blow the track down in water.
All right, guys, we are going to set up the mains, and then we'll take a 25-minute break. You guys can go get some food or whatnot. We're going to maintenance the track. Hey guys, just a quick announcement. We got Ryan from ProStar here. If you guys use Techno or you guys want any kind of carbon fiber parts for your car, ProStar, that's what they do. They specialize chassis components for Techno cars. So Ryan, he's over there. Raise your hand, Ryan. That's Ryan from ProStar with Nick Pantana. So if you guys have any questions about Techno cars or anything like that, just go see Ryan. He is a sponsor of our 11th annual Midsummer Shootout. Hey, David, where are you? David Day. Dangerous. All right.
2022? Like 22. That gives me the rest of this year to finish up everything I need to do. Finish out everything I need to do. That's the normal one.
woke up in beast mode.
All right, guys, here we go. We're going to go race number 1. 13.5 short course C main. You guys are up. Jacob, Mike, Lionel, and Edgar. You guys will be race number 1. Go ahead and start making your way through tech. All right, somebody found a radio, a Traxxas radio, TQ, one of the older ones. So if you're missing a Traxxas radio, I got it. Yeah, we're going to raffle it off right now. It's such a prized possession.
Mike Lib. Jacob Lacroix. Leo Givens.
All right, guys. So we're going to stop the feed. We'll start a new feed before the mains here. Thank you very much for tuning in. Come on back to us live.